byonponyeza bingi kati nzize nkwebaze njagala omanye essanyu lyange njagala omanye omutima gwange nduddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze njagala nkuyimbire njagala omanye nga bwe nsiimye nduddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze zani oyagala moti zani oyagala moti zani oyagala moti kati nzize nkwebaze byonkoledde bingi byonponyeza bingi kati nzize nkwebaze njagala nkuwa obulamu bwange obwongo n'omwoyo gwange nkusaba obitwale kati bibyo bwenkubakuba obufaananyi nandibadde waawo otaligwe wanyamba nondage ekkubo kati nzize nkwebaze zani oyagala moti zani oyagala moti zani oyagala moti kati nzize nkwebaze oh yeah byonkoledde bingi byonponyeza oh yeah kati nzize nkwebaze oh yeah byonkoledde bingi byonponyeza oh kati nzize nkwebaze zani oyagala moti zani oyagala moti zani oyagala moti kati nzize oh yeah kati nzize kati nzize oyagala moti Lord, I have something to say. I keep on searching for meaning in everything I'm doing. They say you listen to everything we say. That's why I'm calling and asking for you to lead the way. Yeah, I'll keep on walking, keep on walking. Please, Lord, lead the way. Let the children sing now, yeah. Keep on walking, please lead the way. Yeah, I'll follow. And I'll follow. And I will follow. I'll follow. Lord, sometimes I get afraid. Then I remember what the scripture said. You see, they say you listen to everything we say. And that's why, Lord, and now I'm calling and asking for you to lead the way. Yeah. So I'll keep on walking, Lord, lead the way. Yeah, I keep on walking, Lord, lead the way. Yeah, and I'll follow. I'll follow. I will follow. I will follow. Yesu, mukwano gwange. Yesu, tata wange. Yesu, subi yange. Kamugoberere, keep on walking, Lord, lead the way. Keep on walking, please, Lord, lead the way, yeah. And you know that I will follow, yeah. Oh, I will follow. I will follow you, Lord, yeah. I will follow. And I'll keep on walking. Let the children sing, yeah. Keep on walking. I will follow. I will follow you, Lord, yeah. I will follow you, Lord, yeah. Oh, yeah. Kampala means follow you, and I will follow you, oh Lord. I will follow. Nalina omuwala eyeebusabala, osikovi omulungi weebusabala. Yalina akamwenyu akalinga enjuba, nga mutaayiza ngattega ejjuba. Waliwo ekintu ekyansumbuwa, ekyo ekintu ekyangoba ebusabala. Yalina muzeeye yali yajjula obukambwe, nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe. Kyekyangoba ey'ebusabala. Kyekyangoba ey'ebusabala. Kyekyangoba ey'ebusabala. Kyekyangoba ey'ebusabala. Muzeeyi yali mulodi w'ebusabala, okuva ebuvanjuba paka ebugwanjuba, abanoonya abasajja baloko difensi mikwano gya muzeeyi wa sikovia buli omukwano gwali gujja kunzisa nga njiribayiriba ne prosikovia obulamuze yali yajjula obukambwe nga buli wandaba ng'awagala ekyambe batula ku ntebe nze ne bampa omukeeka ekyangobe ye busabala nze omwana w'omuntu ne bampita enswera ekyangobe ye busabala prosikovi ekimuli kye busabala obulamuze yali yajjula obukambwe nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe kyekyangobe ye busabala busabala batula ku ntebe nze ne bampa omukeeka ekyangobye ye busabala nze omwana w'omuntu ne bampita enswera ekyangobye ye busabala proskovye kimuli kye proskovye oyo proskovye kimuli kye busabala I will make you feel like you've never been loved, like you've never been loved. Hey baby, it would take a lifetime for us to be over, sweet baby. Heaven will sing when we have each other. You don't have to fear, 'cause I will make you feel, I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. 'Cause I'll give you love like you've never been loved before. I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. 'Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. So don't be bothered by what your friends say, 'cause they don't know my love. I'll hold you, I'll be your shoulder, and you will never cry. You don't have to fear. No, no, I will make you feel, I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. 'Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. 'Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. Listen baby, I know you've been searching for a real man who will love you for who you are. So don't look further, here I am, if you let me in. Mama told me if you find the one, she's worth fighting for, and here I am. I will give you all that I am, if you let me in. Love will set us free, yeah, if we'll let it be. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. 'Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like, yeah, oh. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved. 'Cause I'll forever ever give you love like you never had, like a blessing from above. I will always shower you with love, feel like you've never been loved. 'Cause I'll forever ever give you love like you never had, like a blessing from above. I will shower you with love. I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. 'cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. 'Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. I will make you feel like you've never been loved, like you've never been loved. I will make you feel like you've never been loved, like you've never been loved. Nalina omuwala eyeebusabala, Prosikovi omulungi weebusabala. Yalina akamwenyu akalinga enjuba, nga mutayiza nga tegejjuba. Waliwo ekintu ekyansumbuwa, ekyo ekintu ekyangoba ebusabala. Yalina muzeeye yali yajjula obukambwe, nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe. Kyekyangoba ey'ebusabala, kyekyangoba ey'ebusabala. Muzeeyi yali mulodi w'ebusabala, okuva ebuvanjuba paka ebugwanjuba, ng'abanoonya abasajja ba local defense. Mikwano gya muzeeyi wa Sikovia, guli omukwano gwali gujja kunzisa, nga njiribayiriba ne Prosikovia. Obula muzeeyi yali yajjula obukambwe, nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe. Kyekyangoba ey'ebusabala, kyekyangoba ey'ebusabala, kyekyangoba ey'ebusabala, kyekyangoba ey'ebusabala. Ekyangoba ey'ebusabala batuula ku ntebe nze ne bampa omukeeka. Ekyangoba ey'ebusabala nze omwana w'omuntu ne bampita enswera. Ekyangoba ey'ebusabala, Prosikovi ekimuli ky'ebusabala. Obula muzeeyi yali yajjula obukambwe, nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe. Kyekyangoba ey'ebusabala, kyekyangoba ey'ebusabala, kyekyangoba ey'ebusabala, kyekyangoba ey'ebusabala. Ekyangoba ey'ebusabala batuula ku ntebe nze ne bampa omukeeka. Ekyangoba ey'ebusabala nze omwana w'omuntu ne bampita enswera. Ekyangoba ey'ebusabala, Prosikovi ekimuli kye, Prosikovi oyo, Prosikovi ekimuli ky'ebusabala. Baligamba nti nayimbira abato, nayimbira emitima egyali mu kabi gitebenkere, abantu balamu baagalane. Baligamba nti nafubira ku gita, abalala balwana, nze nga ndi ku gita, njagala bayige ewane, nti twaliyo. Buli kyenkola kikolera balijja, Mungu anyamba abaana nneme kubaswaza, njagala bayige beewane, nti twaliyo. Twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya, twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya, twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya, twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya. Children will rise taller than the mountains. I'd love to be a part of their foundation. I'd love to hear them say, we were there, we were there, we were there, we were there. Children will rise taller than the mountains. I love to be a part of their foundation. I love to hear them say, we were there, we were there. Every song I sing so they can be strong. My every heartbeat so they can love forever long. I love to hear them say, we were there, we were there. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah. Mumulembe gwensozi empya baliwulira oluyimba luno ku radio, balijjukira ennyimba ezatuweweeza. I would love this song to be played on the radio for many years to come. Whatever it would be called then, we'll remember when we used music as therapy. And I will have sung this song way back then. Yeah, way back then. Way back then, yeah, yeah. Way back then. Abana bakule, abana bayige, eggwanga likule. I wanna inspire the world, yeah. I wanna move the world, yeah. I wanna move the world, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Mumulembe wakirya, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Byonkoledde bingi, byomponyeza bingi. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Njagala omanye essanyu lyange, njagala omanye omutima gwange. Luddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze. Njagala nkuyimbire, njagala omanye nga bwe nsiimye. Luddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala moti, zani oyagala moti, zani oyagala moti. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Byonkoledde bingi, byomponyeza bingi. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Njagala nkuwa obulamu bwange, obwongo n'omwoyo gwange. Nkusaba obitwale kati bibyo. Bwe nkubakuba obufaananyi, nandibadde waawo tali ggwe. Wannyamba nondaga ekkubo kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala moti, zani oyagala moti, zani oyagala moti. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Oh yeah. Byonkoledde bingi, byomponyeza bingi. Oh yeah. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Oh yeah. kati nzize oh yeah kati nzize kati nzize
It was like the Psalms. When you look at David, he's passing through hard things, but then he's willing to talk about them. So music allowed me to be real, authentic. To God, he uses song to minister to me. So it was more, it's personal, I can relate to it, and he's helping me overcome through that, to be able to be used as that vessel that delivers this message, which I know that I've just borrowed from heaven.
Cast down for my soul. Why don't you hold
My music statement is to write music that will be able to speak to the heart, soul, and spirit, restoring the goodness. You know, when in the Bible it says, and he looked at it and it was good. The message that I have, there are 10 songs. They will be specifically invoking that God has already said, that we have to embrace as his image, to restore goodness in this world. Music is not what defines you. For me, that was a great revelation, that my identity is more in God, in who God calls me. If I can inspire you also to use your gifts and talents to make a difference, I would have played my part in this world.
I will rise and rise. Now is the time. Rise and praise you, Lord.
they always say that the greatest asset you have in every organization is human beings. So leadership starts with you and how you interact with the people around you, even in your home. The truth is, if you're not able to lead your home very well, you can't lead anything else.
Wow.
So leadership starts with you. And if you set that example, others will follow you.
I want to know, what is it like to be the president and the CEO of Baywood Continental, Baywood Group, and all these things going on? How do you manage?
You got to stay focused, and you have to have your eye on the ball.
Yeah.
Eye on the ball, always. So what's that ball to succeed? Make a success, not minding the challenges.
Ladies and gentlemen, Emperor Chris Baywood Ibe. Why the youth?
They're the future. I don't care, but they're the future. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step. But you know what? That step does not guarantee you're going to reach to that destination.
Yeah.
Continuous working will ensure you get to that stage. So one of the things that I pride myself for is that you don't need to have billions to be a philanthropist, right? Yeah. I did it, and I found the secret to success. It's giving.
I want you to start by telling us, how did you think about starting Marketing Africa? What was the inspiration behind it? And what is Marketing Africa all about as a company?
When I was at the university, we had a publication. It was called the Marketing Review. And we were able to publish that magazine and get 18 full-page adverts at that time, which was a first. I've never seen it up to today.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a pay. Yeah. So let's be very honest about this thing, and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. When a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tonatra, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address? Now, as you look into the camera and close the show.
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I think I'll just close it down.
nende chirisa chenda nende chirisa chenda nende chirisa Cambodia chenda nende chirisa chenda nende chirisa.
Deep in the soil, the love of the land. Oh, how my heart longs to be there again. Like the days of my dreams, and the nights alone by your streams. Feel the magic, I feel the peace. With the lions, wildebeest. With the eagles flying high.
I want to take you to Mbale, and I want to take you to Ankole, and I want to take you to Uganda, and I want to take you to Busoga.
There goes my soul, there goes my mind. All the beauty you could ever find. My motherland, oh my motherland, my motherland. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand. Like this song of my soul, how my story will unfold. I love, 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 I love Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Ankole. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Madi. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Lubara. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love my motherland. Oh, my motherland. I feel the magic, I feel the peace on the savannas, the mountain peaks, like the great days of old, when the Nile overflowed, abundance across the land, and the people down hand in hand.
Chenda nende chirisa chenda nende chirisa chenda nende chirisa chenda nende chirisa chenda nende chirisa.
Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand. Like the song of my soul, how my story will unfold. Tiena, tiene tilis, tiena, tiene tilis, tiene tilis.
I want to take you to Mbale, and I want to take you to Ankole, and I want to take you to Uganda, and I want to take you to Busoga.
aliye kama wewe, sijamona Mungu wengine kama wewe Yesu, sijamona bado aliye kama wewe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, sijamona Mungu wengine kama wewe, sijamona bado aliye kama wewe, sijamona Mungu wengine kama wewe Yesu, sijamona bado aliye kama wewe,
aliye kama wewe Baba, hakuna kama wewe.
Kama wewe nani kama wewe, yeah. hakuna mwingine, ni wewe, hakuna baba. Bado, 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 bado. Ya la la la, ya la 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 la, ya la. Bado, bado, bado. Ya la la la, ya la 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 la, ya la. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Playing while we were doing our first dance. But yeah.
Da da dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da da dum da da dum da dum da da. Was so tired of walking alone. I needed someone to keep me strong. Not just anybody would do. She had to be strong and beautiful. Now I have you, my wishes came true. Gwe wange nze I've been searching high and low, trying to find the girl to call my own. Was disappointed by the ones that came before, but you are the one I waited for. Gwe wange nze till the rivers run dry and the sun refuses to shine. Like death and taxes, I will stay, till the rivers run dry and the sun refuses to shine. Like death and taxes, I ain't going nowhere, babe. Never get it home to my blanket. Anavera mama vana banke. Narunja singa bona. Gwe mutima gwange. Never get it home to my blanket. Anavera mama vana banke. Narunja singa bona. Gwe mutima gwange. Never get it home to my blanket. Anavera mama vana banke. Narunja singa wange anabeera mama w'abaana bange n'alulungi asinga bonna gwe mutima gwange nabagerekawo omutima gwange anabeera mama w'abaana bange n'alulungi asinga bonna gwe wange gwe wange gwe wange nze
Likapunjako mu nyanja amaiso gange kagakwata n'omutima gwange kabutwara ninzigora bokiwe ninzigora bokiwe aboki ijamutwale ogwangiwe aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana aboki ijamutwale ogwangiwe aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana abasaija nsangire bengi niba kwegomba tuna banjuma banswasa no mu bantu abasiba babimba bana kansonja kibeire kiroto I love you, love you, love you. Aboki ijamutwale ogwangiwe aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana aboki ijamutwale ogwangiwe aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana likapunjako mu nyanja amaiso gange kagakwata n'omutima gwange kabutwara ninzigora bokiwe ninzigora bokiwe aboki ijamutwale aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana aboki ijamutwale ungibulisa aboki ijamutwale ninyenda kumurira kalyawe aboki ijamutwale bisa bitutu kikwisi kyange aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana aboki ijamutwale ogwangiwe aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Yeah, remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
Kampala Capital City Authority, the entity appointed by the Parliament of Uganda to be responsible for the day-to-day operations within Kampala, the capital city in Uganda, has over the years embarked on various initiatives and projects to better the living conditions within the city. One main area of focus for KCCA is water and sanitation, especially in vulnerable urban poor areas.
I'm Alan Koronziza, and I'm the program manager for the Citywide Inclusive Sanitation Program in Kampala. Kampala is a city of over 1.5 million residents who double during the day to over 3 million. Out of those 1.5 million residents, we found that 1% of those actually don't access any sanitation facility whatsoever. So they commonly use methods like the flying toilets that I'm sure many of us are aware of. We also found that the majority of the residents live in informal settlements. Actually, that's about 60% of the city's residents live in informal settlements. These are settlements that are not planned. These are settlements that are congested as a result of that. These are settlements that have limited access to basic services and utilities. We also found that when these toilet facilities fill, over 50% emptied the contents into the environment untreated. And a similar percentage number just abandoned the toilets altogether, and because of space constraints, actually joined the group that didn't have any access to toilets. And when we looked at what happens to these toilets when they are filled up, that was also another telling story. We found that only about 23% of these facilities get emptied safely when they are filled. So what that means is that we have a whopping 67% of our waste from these toilets that is either stuck in the communities where we live, or that is emptied or disposed into the environment untreated.
Yeah, my name is Senablia Francis. I'm the head teacher of St. Peter's Primary School in Zambia. We are actually very grateful to Kampala Capital City Authority for having identified us to have an improvement of sanitation in this school.
KCCA identified fecal sludge management as a key area to focus on as far as water and sanitation is concerned within Kampala.
Before we got the assistance from KCCA of sanitation, we had toilets, and these toilets were insufficient because we had 29 stanzas in all. So when KCCA came in to help us, we were able to get more facilities. In fact, the number came to 82 stanzas, 56 for girls and 26 for boys. These include also urinals. We also had a benefit of adding more facilities of washing hands. And our school was the pioneer to have a unique facility we call the washalots. And these facilities reduce on the use of water because very little water comes out when somebody is using the facility.
In a typical scenario or a traditional sense of the service, the way the service is accessed, we had communities that didn't have any information at all about how to access sanitation facilities, where to get them, and who would provide them. And for the communities that did, they reached out to one key member within their communities who then linked them to the service providers in the communities.
We went detail about Weyonje. The facilitators were good. They taught us what is Weyonje. We went as leaders so that we bring the message to the community.
Last year, KCCA initiated the Weyonje app as a way of improving sanitation service delivery in the city. Members were given out smartphones and we started using that app.
So with the GSMA funding, we've been able to invest in mobile-based applications that help to link communities with the service providers. The same applications help the service providers know how they are delivering the service so they can actually increase their efficiencies. And the same mobile applications help KCCA understand where is the service being provided, where is it not provided, so that KCCA can reallocate the resources to the areas where the service is not being accessed very well.
Okay, we've got a new job and he's having a septic tank with a flush toilet.
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup of a call center to provide information to population, and secondly, to link them to service providers. And now, with active involvement of the private sector-led interventions, things are looking up. And it's not just KCCA's commitment to a better Kampala and the strategic partnerships that is transforming fecal sludge management issues within the city.
So what we're seeing over a space of 1 year, when we've started this approach of using the technology to actually address this service chain, is we're seeing a 20% increase in the amount of fecal sludge that is actually being evacuated from the communities. So we're actually seeing more toilets being emptied. We're seeing more service providers actually being employed or called upon to provide these services. So this GSMA funding has been very, very critical. It has been very helpful in actually tightening or linking that part of the service chain and ensuring that a citywide service is actually being delivered.
The whole program, I can range it, it has been a success by 95%, because initially we were operating in a very informal way. Everyone was in his own. So we got trainings, we started companies. After starting companies, KCC and GIZ started also to legalize the sanitation business. Now members have licenses, have acquired KCC environmental service permit. They have recommendation for national water that actually every fecal sludge you collect, you have to dispose it at its facilities, and the NEMA license, which is the last license that is required in rendering this sanitation business. So the whole process, at first we saw that maybe KCC has come to kick us out of the business, but we were far short-sighted. But in the due course, in the process, we saw that KCCA want to shape our final destiny in this sanitation business, because we are given the priority such that we can comply with the city rules and regulations. If we fail, then they get other people to come and take over sanitation in the city.
They always say that the greatest asset you have in every organization is human beings. So leadership starts with you and how you interact with the people around you, even in your home. The truth is, if you're not able to lead your home very well, you can't lead anything else.
Wow.
So leadership starts with you. And if you set that example, others will follow you.
I want to know, what is it like to be the president and the CEO of Baywood Continental, Baywood Group, and all these things going on? How do you manage?
You got to stay focused, and you have to have your eye on the ball.
Yeah.
Eye on the ball, always. What's that ball? To succeed. Make a success, not minding the challenges.
Ladies and gentlemen, Emperor Chris Baywood Ibe. Why the youth?
They're the future. I don't care, but they're the future. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step. But you know what? That step does not guarantee you're going to reach to that destination.
Yeah.
Continuous working will ensure you get to that stage. So, one of the things that I pride myself for is that you don't need to have billions to be a philanthropist. Right? Yeah. I did it, and I found the secret to success. It's giving.
I want you to start by telling us, how did you think about starting Marketing Africa? What was the inspiration behind it? And what is Marketing Africa all about as a company?
When I was at the university, we had a publication. It was called the Marketing Review. And we were able to publish that magazine and get 18 full-page adverts at that time, which was a first. I've never seen it up to today.
It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are overlearned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time around. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question, I think, to answer. I am a typical Lao man from Erute North, in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tony Otoa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Mr. Tony Otoa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Otoa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I didn't know what I wanted to be.
Les Français, venez à l'Alliance française. Venez avant les Français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Des Français, oh, oh, oh. C'est l'Alliance française. La maison des profs, des Français,
c'est l'Alliance française.
Une fille m'a posé une question, pourquoi prendre le français alors que je lui parlais de la radio Bonjour Kampala. Oh. Venez
apprendre les Français.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Viens mon frère, viens ma sœur. l'Alliance française.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez, venez,
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez, 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 oh, oh.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez apprendre le français.
Oh, oh, oh.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Les Français dit langue étrangère la plus largement appris après l'anglais. Les Français dit langue étrangère la plus largement appris
après l'anglais.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
Le français, la langue de la culture,
la langue internationale pour la cuisine,
la mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse et
l'architecture.
Le français, la langue de la culture, la langue internationale pour la cuisine, la mode, les théâtres, les habitués,
la danse et l'architecture.
Oh, oh,
oh, I love French.
oh,
Oh, I speak French.
oh,
Oh, I love French.
oh,
Oh, I speak French.
I love French.
Oh,
I love
I love French.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak
I
French.
speak French.
I love French.
Oh,
I love
I
French.
love French.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak
I
French.
speak French.
Oh,
Oh, I love French.
oh,
Oh, I speak French. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez, venez,
Venez apprendre le français.
venez, venez,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez à Kamocha,
Venez
ou
apprendre le
Kotosti,
français.
Blood Sekande.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille. Venez, oh,
Apprendre le
oh, oh.
français.
Venez, mes amis.
Venez à l'Alliance française. Des Molières, c'est l'idiot n'a pas pris. En passant pareil à Kampala. Pourquoi tu penses que les Français tirent la internationale?
Que tu sois fan des retours du foot, du plaisir, dis-moi le bonheur en Uganda est là,
En pleine évolution.
Venez,
Venez apprendre les Français.
mes amis, venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
La langue française,
Venez
la langue
apprendre
des
les
pères,
Français.
la langue de la courtoisie,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
la langue française,
Venez
la langue de la
apprendre les
courtoisie,
Français.
la langue des pères.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille, venez à l'Alliance française, venez apprendre le français.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir, venez mes
apprendre
amis,
le français.
venez, venez, venez,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez, venez. parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Everybody parlez français.
Parlez français.
Everybody, Bina moke. Bina moke. Bina moke.
Bina moke.
Everybody, Bina moke.
Bina moke.
Bina à gauche.
Bina à gauche.
Bina à droite.
Bina à droite.
Bina devant.
Bina devant.
Bina derrière.
Bina derrière.
Bina devant.
Bina devant.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français. Venez, venez.
Venez à parler français. Venez à l'alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir. Venez à parler français. À Kamochao.
Venez à l'alliance française.
À Bukoto Street.
Venez
Claude
à parler
Saint-André.
français.
Venez, venez, venez.
Venez à l'alliance française.
Si tu veux parler français,
Venez
viens à
à
l'alliance.
parler français.
Si tu veux parler,
Venez à l'alliance française.
si tu veux entrer dans la famille, viens,
à
viens,
parler
viens.
français.
Viens, viens, viens.
Venez à l'alliance française.
It was like the Psalms. When you look at David, he's passing through hard things, but then he's willing to talk about them. So music allowed me to be real, authentic. To God, he uses song to minister to me. So it was more, it's personal, I can relate to it, and he's helping me overcome through that, to be able to be used as that vessel that delivers this message, which I know that I've just borrowed from heaven.
Cast down on my soul. Why don't you hold
My music statement is to write music that will be able to speak to the heart, soul, and spirit, restoring the goodness. You know, when in the Bible it says, and he looked at it and it was good. The message that I have, there are 10 songs. They will be specifically invoking that God has already said, that we have to embrace as his image, to restore goodness in this world. Music is not what defines you. For me, that was a great revelation, that my identity is more in God, in who God calls me. If I can inspire you also to use your gifts and talents to make a difference, I would have played my part in this world.
I will rise and rise. Now is the time. Rise and praise you, Lord.
mind are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Farmers around us here have no access to electricity, no access to clean cooking fuel, and no access to milling. So to mill their rice and groundnuts and maize, they have to drive miles away to grow. They have to pay for transport, they have to pay for storage and accommodation.
Mandulis is an electricity company that uniquely also provides agricultural value addition. Farmers bring us their crops and we turn this into higher value products. This alone doubles their income. We're trying to create a way of generating electricity that delivers value to the local communities in which we operate.
Now, we've come here so that we use the waste from all the farming around us to produce electricity through biomass gasification at each of these sites.
At the same time, that focus on biomass means we can not only generate electricity, but we end up with a byproduct, that biochar, which can be used to produce cooking fuel. Doing that means that we save nearly 1 million trees per annum. Technology is a thread that ties everything together. We combine the blockchain technology, AI, and Internet of Things to make sure that we can address critical bottlenecks that allows us to engage thousands of farmers. And the cost of settlement of electricity transactions go down significantly.
In a sense, energy is the center of entrepreneurship in the regions, and by providing these underserved areas with access to electricity, we're hoping that it won't just turn on a light, it'll turn on a movement towards improving people's lives in those regions.
Compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, you shed your blood for me, you slept in jail for me, you shed your blood for me. all in the struggle for liberty. Torture day and night, just because you're black. We can't forget the past, all the souls we lost. We can't deny the fact. Africa will think again. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Maji, voice of freedom, Kanutanu Frelimo, the movement of the people. Oh, the root of Pan-Africans. People must unite. From hours in prayer, we can't forget the past. We can't deny the faith. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Calling, yes, my brothers, it's the sound of victory. Senegal, Gambia, Senghor is champion. Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, Felix our father. Soweto, 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 Mandela. Soweto, 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 the land of the brave. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba.
walagawogo nekusalawo seerabiranga biseera byetwalina nongolera ekyokulya nondeetera kuva lwe wagenda omutima gukunoonya obuli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba okuva lwe wagenda omutima gukunoonya obuli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba walirumu lwe wagenda tewasibula nange saamanya nalabiraawo nga kaseera ayiseewo nga sikulabako
They projected the image of Africa negatively. They projected Africa always in a negative light. Jungles, savages, cannibals, nothing civilized. And naturally, it was so negative until it was negative to you and me. And you and I began to hate it. We didn't want anybody to tell us anything about Africa, and much less call us an African. And in hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. You can't hate your origin and not end up hating yourself. You can't hate Africa and not hate yourself.
Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. You're so beautiful, Mama land. Fertile, glorious, sweet Africa. Flora and fauna is delicate. The oil and gold is tempting. Flora and fauna is delicate. The oil and gold is tempting. You're so beautiful, Mama land. Fertile, glorious, sweet Africa. Flora and fauna is delicate. Oil and gold is tempting. Flora and fauna is delicate. The oil and gold is tempting. Tanzania, Kigali na Goma. Welcome to Africa, shining bright like a diamond, standing up your pyramid, shining bright like a diamond, standing up your pyramid. The sun is always out, the Nile flows so deep. There is no place like Africa. I am born in Africa. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva
I'm Max Ochai. I come from Toro District. I represent the people of West Budama North constituency in the 11th Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. And in the Parliament, I belong to the Finance Committee, where retirement benefits scheme is actually one of the areas that we consider. The idea of setting up the authority was mooted way back in the year 2003. At that time, I was in Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, particularly in the Department of Macroeconomic Policy Management. And one of the issues being addressed at that time was the low financial sector, the underdeveloped financial sector. And the thinking was that the issues pertaining to low savings in the country needed to be addressed. And so the idea of coming up with an authority to regulate the retirement benefits in the country came up, and the discussion started. Stakeholders were consulted, and finally, by an act of parliament, 2011, the authority was set up, particularly with section 2 of the act. So it was designed for mobilization, ultimately for mobilization of savings from the employment sector. It took a bit of time to come up with the authority. Actually, the act came up in 2011, as I said, but the actual operationalization took a lag of 1 year. So 2012, that's when it kicked off, but even then, the establishment was sluggish. By 2014, that's when it picked up. Now, I can comfortably say we have the authority in place. And in that direction, therefore, the operational achievement we can talk about is the amount, the volume of savings so far recorded, up to 19 trillion Ugandan shillings as we speak today. That is a huge achievement, right from about 4 trillion at the beginning of the setup of the institution. To me, that's a plus for the authority. And I wish and urge everybody to support the authority so that it continues with its mandate of supervising and regulating the retirement benefits in this country. To my mind, the process has actually not been very smooth. When an institution starts, there are usually challenges of establishment, coming up with the institutional framework, then the operational framework. So funding alone have been growing very, very slowly, to the extent that the human resource capacity of the authority is not to the expectation of an authority of this magnitude. And so you find that we still have the manpower gap in the organization, and as such, it calls for filling the gap. The other is the main financial of the authority is actually government, and with that, the limited resources we have in the country, allocation to other priority areas actually undermines the amount of money allocated to the authority. As such, the financing of the activities of the authority is undermined. As such, and to the extent that you still have deficits in the budget of the authority. If we assume a no-change scenario, I see the sky may not even be the limit for the authority. However, if the situation is tampered with and the progress of the institution, including the strategic direction, the strategic plan of the authority is compromised, then we are bound to lose the opportunity to mobilize resources for investment in the future. And so my thinking is that we need to support the institution, particularly Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, needs to support resource mobilization for allocation to the authority so that the authority can continue with the widening the coverage. Much more so, we need to establish the micro-pension scheme, which will take care of those who are not in formal employment and also who are not, by nature of the nature of their work, not participating in any pension scheme at all. If we can bring those on board, we shall mobilize adequate resources that can help even in investment in the economy. For me, I see light at the end of the tunnel. All we need to do is to support the authority. As an economist, and given the putting on the economic lens, we all know that the savings actually come from different sources of income, including wages and salaries. But also, we also get income from the products we produce. Sometimes we get transfers from government. Sometimes we get remittances from abroad. Now, all we need to do is to look at the supply side of the savings, ensure that we have institutional framework. And in this case, I call upon the government to consider an institution independent that can address labor policy issues as well as employment policy issues. I am Max Ochai. I come from Toro District. I represent the people of West Budama North constituency in the 11th Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. And in the Parliament, I belong to the Finance Committee, where retirement benefits scheme is actually one of the areas that we consider.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Alliance Francaise Kampala Basement. It's most likely going to be the best night of celebration of life, well spent in Uganda. So when we started this conversation, it was about how do we honor Patrice? What do we do? And a few people decided that why not do something he loves very much? Without any further ado, allow me to introduce the two artists that started the day. They have been exhibiting here. I'd like to invite the one and only, the very first one, Paulo Akiki, Lavington Kambugo.
This occasion is a special occasion to make sure that everybody who is here can afford us.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for accepting our invites. We appreciate you. Have a great evening.
In short, 3 years which have enabled the Alliance Francaise Kampala to find itself back on track today, stronger than it was before the pandemic and before Patrice arrived. I'll stop here to tell you how much beyond myself, the whole France team, or French team as you wish, starting with Ambassador Anyombosu and now Ambassador Sticker, will have appreciated working with Patrice. He will be missed, this is the least I can say. But that's the way it is, and I have no doubt that his successor, Mr. Eric Touzé, who will arrive next month, will capitalize on what Patrice has left to him. So thank you, Patrice. Merci. Merci beaucoup. And Godspeed to you. Bye-bye. Take care.
Hi, everyone. It's I, Rastafari Ras Bisali. So thank you for coming. And we wish Patrice all the best in his future endeavors. Prevedena ome, nyama choma bugali kuku itenina ome, cassava tomato ketu itenina ome. Mana gudanda kukana meka people talk about your ome. The honor na nyenya puta smell at the neighbor. Oh, skuma wiki prepared in a ome.
Je suis vraiment triste pour Patrice donc, qui nous quitte dès demain. Et voilà, profitons une dernière fois ce soir et j'espère que vous allez tous vous amuser ce soir.
We are very appreciative for the time and the knowledge that you've given us, and we are going to miss you so much. And hopefully you'll be back to see like the progress of Alliance in a couple of years. Thank you so much.
The little or the long time we have known Patrice, he has really done so much in our lives. He has changed our community. The little kids you saw there and their friends back home, they are happy. If you come to Chitintale, you will love Patrice because he has been part of the whole story of Chitintale. And I know you're proud of us. Where you found us is not where we are now. And our community is not where it was the time we met you. Thank you so much. You've changed our lives. You've changed our communities. We shall forever be grateful. And thank you so much for touching our lives, for guiding us.
From everyone who has signed this piece, we want to say, Webale, Webale nyo. We want to say, Afoyo Mateke. We want to say, Webale munonga. Asante sana, Patrice. Mezi, murakoze chane. Yes, and we'd like to say merci beaucoup, Patrice.
Dear Patrice, on behalf of all artists, first and foremost, because I wear two hearts here, I'm an artist in the first place. We are very, very, very happy for having met a wonderful soul like you. You have left behind a very, very able and committed team who are going to make sure that the mandate that you've given to us shall be put in the right place and it will not fail you at all. Patrice is a man who sees a human being and says, I know you can do better than what you're doing right now, and he'll make sure he'll squeeze that juice out of you. Patrice came to Uganda 3 years ago after the pandemic. We walked inside this space where we are right now, and it used to be a parking lot, and none of us had ever seen the vision that it could actually be transformed into a space like this.
Safe travels, and I hope you enjoy this piece as much as everyone else has. So, wishing you good luck.
From the bottom of my heart, thank you. I don't deserve all of that for sure. And I'm just happy everybody I had a good time with, everybody I respect, everybody I love is around here. But look, I'm really touched that so many people should be around and just spend a bit of time drinking and talking and chatting, and merci beaucoup.
with Justin Bieber, Michael Jackson, hapo Drake, izinja, hapo maporisa, I'm a superstar with Justin Bieber, Michael Jackson, hapo Drake, izinja, Femi solo na Wiz Khalifa, Ngizoba chayivela ngathi Chris Brown, ubhizi Cardi B, ushaye get down, ubhizi kama mpela makabuya London, hlangane senti, njanja. Ngizoba chayivela ngathi Chris Brown, ubhizi Cardi B, ushaye get down, ubhizi kama mpela makabuya London, hlangane senti, njanja. I'm a superstar with Justin Bieber, Michael Jackson, hapo Drake, izinja, hapo maporisa, I'm a superstar with Justin Bieber, Michael Jackson, hapo Drake, izinja, Femi solo na Wiz Khalifa, Ngizoba chayivela ngathi Chris Brown, ubhizi Cardi B, ushaye get down, ubhizi kama mpela makabuya London, hlangane senti, njanja. Ngizoba chayivela
c'est l'Alliance française.
Une fille m'a posé une question, pourquoi prendre le français alors que je lui parlais de la radio Bonjour Kampala. Oh, venez, 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 venez.
Venez apprendre le français.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Viens mon frère.
Venez.
Viens ma sœur, à l'Alliance française.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez, venez,
venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Les Français disent langue étrangère la plus largement appris après l'anglais. Les Français disent langue étrangère la plus largement appris
après l'anglais.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
Le français, la langue de la culture,
la langue internationale pour la cuisine,
la mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse et
l'architecture.
Le français, la langue de la culture, la langue internationale pour la cuisine, la mode, les théâtres, les habitués,
la danse et l'architecture.
Oh,
oh, oh, I love France.
Oh,
oh, I speak French.
Oh,
oh, I love France.
Oh,
I speak French.
I love France.
Oh,
I love
France.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak
I
French.
speak French.
I love French.
Oh,
I love French.
I love French.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak
I
French.
speak French.
Oh,
oh, I love French.
oh,
I speak French. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez à Kamocha.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille. Venez
apprendre le français.
venez mes amis.
Venez à l'Alliance française. Des Molières, c'est l'idiot n'a pas pris. En passant pareil à Kampala. Pourquoi tu penses que les Français tirent la internationale? Que tu sois fondé autour du fond du plaisir. Dis-moi le bonheur en attendant est là, en pleine évolution.
Venez,
apprendre les Français.
mes amis, venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
La langue française,
Venez
la langue
apprendre
de
les
paix,
Français.
la langue de la courtoisie,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
la langue française,
Venez
la langue de la
apprendre les
courtoisie,
Français.
la langue de paix.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille, venez à l'Alliance française, venez apprendre le français.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir, venez mes
apprendre
amis,
le français.
venez,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez. Parlez français,
Parlez français.
parlez français,
Parlez français.
everybody parlez français,
Parlez français.
everybody, Dina Moke, veux parler français, viens à l'Alliance française. Si tu veux parler
à l'Alliance française.
Si tu veux entrer dans la famille, viens,
Parler français.
viens
À l'Alliance française.
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Yeah, remember Prince?
Yes.
My name is Apur Jail Pachuto. I am the Deputy Chair, Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Parliament of Uganda. I am also the able representative of the people of Pakwach District. First of all, I want to congratulate UBRA as they celebrate their 10 years in the pension sector. As a Committee of Parliament of Finance, definitely we've been interacting with UBRA on a number of occasions or issues, beginning with, this is an agency that we oversee, and therefore, through the budgeting process, they definitely report to our committee, but as a way of oversight as well, we do engage with them. I must say that through our engagements in the committee, in workshops that UBRA has held together with the Committee of Finance, as a committee, we are well informed that UBRA has licensed over 65 schemes with a number of custodians, administrators, fund managers also in place. Of course, all these play different functions, but I think all this is because UBRA became the regulator that has reorganized the sector. And I think, to me, that is a plus for UBRA and a surety for the people of Uganda who save with these different schemes, knowing that somebody is there making sure that my money that I put in any scheme is safe, is protected. Other than that, I think in terms of raising domestic revenue, we are told by UBRA and other players in this sector, to the 10 years that UBRA has been in place, the contribution of domestic savings was just about 4.5 trillion. But today, UBRA boasts of about 19 trillion. And actually, they informed us that by the end of this financial year, they should be hitting 21 trillion. That's about what URA collects in terms of taxes and non-tax revenue. And I think that is really commendable. I believe that if UBRA is supported and strengthened more through Parliament, then we will see this domestic revenue through the different saving schemes grow even more than 21 trillion that we're expecting. And that will really leverage the national budgeting financing processes of this country. And I believe over time, it will also save the population, save the business community from the current cry of high taxation. But of course, achievements come with also gaps. We feel that as a committee, UBRA needs to make itself more visible in Uganda, place itself, let the people of Uganda know what they are doing, let the people of Uganda know why they should save for retirement. And this is mainly because it will save them the social pressures at all age, and also make them live the 17 years extra. That is, research has shown that if you retire at about 60 years, there's a possibility that you can still live another 17 years. What would happen if you don't have something to keep you for those 17 years? And the other key achievement that, or work in progress that UBRA is trying to do, which I again encourage different stakeholders in this sector, particularly Parliament, to support UBRA, is the coming up with a national micro-pension scheme. Uganda is, our economy is largely informal, and even within the cities, we have so many people who are operating informally, and yet they earn income, either daily, either weekly or monthly. They earn income in one way or the other. But if not well guided, and I think this particular scheme, the micro-pension scheme, would again help reorganize our people in the formal sector to put something aside. Because if you are in our market today, if you're a road vendor today, if you're a hawker today, if you're a border today, if you're a fisherman today, you still have that energy to go nearly every day in the waters and do fishing, to go to Nakawa market every morning to pick tomatoes, vegetables. But that strength with time, as years come by, begins to dwindle. That means the same basket that you can carry now, you are not able to carry in the next 5 years or 10. And that calls for putting aside something for that moment that you'll not be able to have that energy to do that, to carry on the activities that you're able to carry now. So I think that's again one area that I think UBRA is moving on the right track. And I want to urge all stakeholders that we put our minds together and think of how this scheme can best be supported, and probably when all the stakeholders agree, how best it can be implemented. But my humble appeal or advice to UBRA is that this is a great thing. It is going to be a first time thing, like to encourage everybody who is in the formal and in the formal and informal sector to save for retirement. Therefore, the implementation, once agreed upon, should be staggered. They shouldn't go full blast. They should be able to first pilot test, probably with some districts, with some towns, with some municipalities, with some cities, as they plan to roll out. Again, they should have a targeted population or segment of the population that they could start with. For instance, the borders. These are people who earn money every day. I know they do some kind of savings, but mainly they will save maybe for meat, maybe for some, party at the end of the year, or for some social pressures in case you lose somebody. Same with market vendors, do save. Same probably with the fishermen, but you may find that they don't save, or they do not save enough for the future. And yet these are segments of the population that earn income on a daily basis. And therefore they need to be guided and directed on how they can plan themselves better for now, in the midterm, and in that moment that you do not have enough energy. My name is Apur Jail Pachuto. I am the Deputy Chair, Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Parliament of Uganda. I am also the able representative of the people of Pakwach District.
Byonkolette bingi, byomponyeza bingi. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Njagala omanye essanyu lyange, njagala omanye omutima gwange. Nduddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze. Njagala nkuyimbire, njagala omanye nga bwe nsiimye. Nduddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala bw'oti, zani oyagala bw'oti, zani oyagala bw'oti. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Byonkolette bingi, byomponyeza bingi. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Njagala nkuwa obulamu bwange, obwongo n'omwoyo gwange. Nkusaba obitwale kati bibyo. Bwe kubakuba obufaananyi, nandibadde waawo otali ggwe. Wannyamba nondage ekkubo kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala bw'oti, zani oyagala bw'oti, zani oyagala bw'oti. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Oh yeah. Byonkolette bingi, byomponyeza bingi. Oh yeah. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Oh yeah. Byonkolette bingi, byomponyeza bingi. Oh yeah. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala bw'oti, zani oyagala bw'oti, zani oyagala bw'oti. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Oh yeah. Kati nzize, kati nzize.
My name's Fred Nyayeka. I'm a leading pensions expert with experience in the region and also the South African market. My role basically in the sector has been to develop or to build the capacity as a private player. I do a lot of training. I am also a certified trustee trainer under the Trustee Training and Certification Program, which is a collaboration between the Insurance Training College and UBRA. The pension sector was developing, and it was developing in a haphazard way where the market players would literally do what they wanted. Members' funds were not safeguarded under any law, and therefore it was a ripe time to have a regulatory authority as the sector was growing. Already just about around the same time, the retirement benefits sector without the legislation was contributing to about 4% of GDP, and it was growing. So you'd appreciate that this is not a small contribution for a sector that was not regulated. But overall, it was part of the global reforms that we're seeing in other countries in the pension sector. Personally, I'm glad because I was in this sector before the pension reforms, before UBRA, and I can attest to some of the achievements of UBRA to date. Yes. When we talk about UBRA as a regulatory authority, we look at it in the wider context of objectives of setting up UBRA. So one of the main objectives was to safeguard the interests of the members. Now, what this means is that the moment members' interests are safeguarded, their rights are protected, it then boils down to growth of the sector. Now, what we've seen in the last 10 years is that the sector, the assets under management have more than tripled. So within a span of 10 years, we're seeing a lot of efficiency in terms of members are able to get their benefits, they're able to access more information about their schemes. More importantly is the professionalism that has been injected in the sector. Professionals like fund managers, professionals like custodians, administrators, and the market has now been able to inject that professionalism in the management of retirement schemes, and that translates to the growth in the sector that we are seeing today. If you look at it in the context of the ongoing initiatives by UBRA, then you will appreciate a very young organization that has achieved so much and continues to have strategy on the way forward. Today, UBRA is championing things like micro pensions, which are in line with the strategy, the overall objectives of the setting up the Act. So if we are to continue like this, our projections are that in 20-30 years, we will be talking of a very huge industry that would be in line with other countries. In most countries, for information, the retirement assets comprise a very huge chunk of GDP, and in some cases more than 100% in developed countries. So to me, the way I see it as an industry player is that UBRA has been on the right path, and more importantly is that they have been able to achieve very much within the limited period that they have been in existence compared to other jurisdictions. One thing that as an industry player I appreciate about UBRA is because they have been very inclusive and consultative in approach, and this means that with the collaboration with the industry players like ourselves, UBRA is already building enough capacity to take the sector forward. So as an industry player, I am very, very glad to be associated with UBRA because we have constant engagements with not only us as players, but other stakeholders. Like today, we have members of parliament. That consultation or engagement is very, very important for the growth of the sector. Thank you very much. My name is Fred Nyayeka. I'm a leading pensions expert with experience in the region and also the Southern Africa, the South African market. My role basically in the sector has been to develop or to build the capacity as a private player. I do a lot of training. I am also a certified trustee trainer under the Trustee Training and Certification Program, which is a collaboration between the Insurance Training College and UBRA.
I'm called Choma Xavier. I'm a member of Parliament of Uganda North from Uganda District. I am a member of the Finance Committee as well as a PAC. In Parliament, a member belongs to at least two committees. PAC is Standing Committee and the Finance Committee is a sector committee, which actually now is the line committee for UBRA. I'm happy to be here and I will always advocate for UBRA. I must take this opportunity to thank UBRA and also congratulate UBRA because I'm privy to have seen it at the beginning and where it is now. And I'm also privy to a situation where it was not in existence. I'm also privy to be one of those who participated in the formulation of the law that put it into existence. So I must congratulate UBRA because first of all, during the process of formulation of the law, we visited quite a number of countries and trying to benchmark. And I'm proud that we came up with a hybrid law that actually has enabled UBRA to be what it is. Because most African countries were worried, not only Africa, but also outside, were worried that should you come up with a lousy law, the economy or the country or the government can be put down within no minute. It is quite surprising that even Nigeria, strong as it is, was worried of the same. And because of that, we might put a law in place that has actually stood a test of time. Now, the impact. I think maybe before we look at the impact, it is good to first look at what was happening before UBRA. Okay? This was the situation where there was no trust by savers in the saving schemes. There was no trust. There was no confidence. There was a lot of risk. Even the savers could not know how much their contributions were. Okay? In other words, everything was in a disarray without any regulator. So this is what brought UBRA in place. And I'm happy with the impact they have actually caused. Look at the scenario where we had mega savings. I will give you just off cuff an example. In 2014, the total savings by all these pension schemes was around 5.2 trillion shillings. Just few years down the road, as at December 31st, all the saving schemes had a total of 18.9 trillion shillings. This is quite amazing. However, we haven't compared, we are not yet compared to Kenya. Well, Kenya is a bigger economy, because for them now they are boasting of 49 trillion shillings. But when you make comparisons, you can say that we are almost getting close, because our recent budget, 2022-23, the total budget including external funding is about 48 trillion. We are almost getting to half of it. So I must congratulate UBRA that there has been growth, even among the savers, from 6% to about 18%. There is regulation. There is good governance, okay? Now all these pension schemes are fully regulated. Now the savers have confidence in their schemes and all that. I think this is a great impact, though we still have a long way to do what? To go. But for now, I really thank UBRA, the team, because they are actual professionals. There are those things that must be done to enhance UBRA's operations and therefore the entire pension sector. For example, recent, of course, we've been engaged in these issues of merging entities, where some of the authorities, agencies want to go back to the mother ministries in the spirit of rationalization of agencies. But UBRA as a regulator, I think for it to perform quite well, making a comparison with where we went, I think it needs to be supported more, so that it remains independent and autonomous if it is really to perform its functions. I think there is a need for some policy revisions, because when you analyze, for example, our pension sector vis-a-vis the pension sectors in our sister states in the East African community, when you look at the three levels of the activities involved in pension activities, you see there is where we have contributions, then we have investments, then we have payouts when we are paying the beneficiaries. It is only in Uganda where we experience the double T. The double T in this case, I mean the taxation. We tax double. When you go to these other sister states in the East African community, for them instead, their approach is actually double E, double exemptions, and all those definitely have implications. And we're aware that UBRA is still actually a young regulator. I think there is still need more for awareness campaigns and engagements. I want to challenge you, and I know you can do it. Just out of curiosity, just walk on the street or to the ministries. Ask the ministers. Those are our bosses. They are part of the executive. You ask them what UBRA is all about. Just ask them, what is it about Uganda Benefits Regulatory Authority? The one who will try will tell you, hey, this UBRA thing, you know, it is also engaged in those things of NSSF. And that one we have tried. What does it mean? That actually awareness is still lacking. You will hardly get someone who will tell you that the UBRA is actually a regulator of all these pension schemes, all these stakeholders who are engaged. So that means we still need more engagements, more awareness. And from a point of view as actually, first of all, the Finance Committee, and secondly, as Parliament, as legislators, I think at appropriation we have a role to play, because it is quite surprising to find that UBRA will also have unfunded priorities during appropriation, during the budget. Very, very surprising, because from what we saw, as I've already noted, this is a sector that is very, very technical and very, very slippery, where onshore companies can come and put the entire economy down, which is very, very detrimental to the development of the economy. So I think the current status where we are, only 2.4 million people who are actually working with salaries are the ones saving. But we also have 8 million people in the informal sector, self-employed, okay? They are working, they will get to old age, and mind you, I think I must be slightly older than you. That's what I believe. But me and you, all of us are candidates for the older age. You can't avoid it, unless God does otherwise. If he doesn't, if he's quite merciful, then me and you and others, we are all candidates for the old age. meaning that we need really to provide for ourselves. I'm sure you have also seen cases where someone has retired at 60 and is writing a letter asking to be recalled back on a contract. You know what that one means. And this is really quite lamentable, but happens. It would rather be the organization which would say, I think we still need his services, although he has reached the retirement age, because of what has been doing cannot be done by others. Let us. It shouldn't be an application from the retiree to ask that, can you for a while get me back? All those issues rotate on provision for the old age, which all of us are candidates. So I think it is also the high time we moved fast and catered for the other 8 million people who are self-employed, so that we also bring them into the bracket and they save whatever little they can, so that they provide for the old age. I'm called Choma Xavier. I'm a member of Parliament of Uganda North from Uganda District. I am a member of the Finance Committee as well as a PAC. In Parliament, a member belongs to at least 2 committees. PAC is Standing Committee and the Finance Committee is a sector committee, which actually now is the line committee for UBRA. I'm happy to be here and I will always advocate for UBRA.
Njagala omanye essanyu lyange, njagala omanye omutima gwange, nduddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze, njagala nkuyimbire, njagala omanye nga bwe nsiimye, nduddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala moti, Zani oyagala moti, Zani oyagala moti, kati nzize nkwebaze. Byonkoledde bingi, byonponyeza bingi, kati nzize njagala nkuwa obulamu bwange, obwongo n'omwoyo gwange, nkusaba obitwale kati bibyo. Bwe kubakuba obufaananyi nandibadde waawo otali ggwe, wannyamba nondage ekkubo kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala moti, Zani oyagala moti, Zani oyagala moti, kati nzize nkwebaze. Oh yeah. Byonkoledde bingi, byonponyeza bingi. Oh yeah. Kati nzize, oh yeah, kati nzize, kati nzize, oh yeah.
have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
My name is Nathan Andala Mafabe. I am a member of Parliament for Uganda West. I am the chairman of Widest Cooperative Union, and I've held a lot of offices. But those offices are basically people give me an opportunity. I just work there as a team player. On international market, I'm an international financial management consultant, well known in the whole world. Basically, of course, I've gone to school. If I started to mention my titles here, it could take a lot of time. But of course, I drink coffee. I'm an advocate of coffee because I know it's the best in this country. And we grow Arabic coffee. That's the leading growers of Arabic coffee in Uganda, the best in the world, from Mount Elgon, where I happen to be the chairman. So I come from Sironko, Bujisu, and I'm sure everybody, my name and my face, even a kid will put it on my face. My role as a member of parliament when I came in 2001 was to make legislation. So I've been a legislator. So I've made laws. And one of the laws we've made is the UBRA Act, which basically came in to assist how to regulate the retirement pension funds, which were missing in this country. Because every pension fund, every entity had its own, more or less, a pension fund, which was not regulated. We had NSSF, you had Makerere, you had everybody trying to put up something like URA, you had Uganda Commercial Bank, Uganda Post and Telecommunication. There were very many. At the end of it, there was need for them to be regulated. We did a lot of benchmarking in South Africa. Others went to Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Malaysia, Chile, and therefore the law we made was a very hybrid law to regulate this. Because by then, you remember, many pension funds had collapsed in the world, including some in the UK, and they were, because they were not, you remember the case of Maxwell, and that's why we needed this one to come in so that we make a law which will not allow a pension fund like this one to collapse. I'm proud that now we have over 19 trillion shillings in the pension fund. That's a very good contributor to national development. And in the future, I'm sure this money we shall not go to borrow. We shall use this money of the pension fund to really develop our country. And also this applies even to some more farmers. Those who grow coffee, those who grow cotton, those who grow tea, those who grow sugarcane should be able to contribute to this pension fund in one or the other. For example, coffee is the leading exporter. It's the leading export of Uganda, which means earns the biggest forex for this country. And why shouldn't it contribute to the pension fund, the development of this country? And we can imagine in a very short time, in less than 10 years, we have over 19 trillion. It believes that within the next 5 years, we should be over 40 trillion. What we need to be done is that the government should support it, and we should really make it independent, like Bank of Uganda, so that it can be able to regulate. Another achievement we have seen is that people can use their 50% as a guarantee to do health, accommodation, and education. It's a very good bill. It helps you to pledge your money to do capital investment, like in the house, accommodation, do medical, and take care of children. Of course, the only problem we have is our social behavior, where an old man and an old woman want to keep the grandchildren at their home. In fact, this money for pension is supposed to help you when you have reached the age of the elderly. So everybody should look after his own children. If I produce you as my son, your job is to look at your children. You don't become and drop them at my home. Because as I grow age, my energy becomes less. So I'll need to use my money for accommodation, for medical, of course accommodation I'll have, but I'll need it for food, because I can't go to the gardens, I'll need it for medical, I'll need it for my own social well-being in the community. But if you have grandchildren who come in to eat on you, that's why there's a stress in the families. You get people dying early, basically who would have lived longer. They get diabetes, they get pressure, they get all types of ulcers because of living people's lives. Otherwise, if you are living your own life, there's no way you will have that problem, because you are saving money for your own future, not the future of somebody else. Because if it's a small boy and a girl, they have their own life to live. And that's what I'm calling on the people of Uganda. And this business of having these extended children, of grandchildren, grandchildren, don't, because they're the ones going to make you die faster. If I can afford my half kilo of meat with my own wife, we eat that 2 people, we can survive better. But if you have 10 grandchildren in the house, you have no capacity. You're paying school fees for your grandchildren. That means you are living under stress. You paid for your son. You paid. Why do you want to pay for somebody's son? So those are things we need to regulate. And this retirement benefit pension system should go out to educate the population that this money is basically for you to survive, so that you have a decent life after reaching retirement age. There are 6 which I see the institution needs to work on. 1, we need to establish the independence. We don't want Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Finance, many entities pulling them. We need to have one entity, but also to have their independence, so that they can take decisions on their own. 19 trillion plus more money which is coming in is so tempting, and this needs to be really safe. That's number 1. Number 2, of course, we need to make regulations, which will operationalize that. The regulations I think we have now are not the best, so we need a regulation to really operationalize that law very well. What they raised today, I saw in the meeting, what I've been seeing, what they're raising, their challenges, are well addressed in the regulations. And I can tell you, if you make very good regulations, you have the support of Parliament. Now, mobilizing the people to come in to join this pension system. They have members of Parliament, they have local governments. You see, they have radios. They have to invest more in awareness. You see, in the villages, there are those groups where you get old women and they're having on Sunday where to sit. They go and eat. They are bringing you 2 million, you eat 2.5 million. Those are the groups which we should tap in. That you put your money here, you're sure. You can use it to go to a bank and borrow than waiting for those groups which you come to eat your food and spoil even your garden for nothing. And by the time you organize that food, you have put in Nigeria, you have borrowed, you have done what? But here the money, you start investing 5,000, 2,000, 1,000. So make it simpler. In the mobile money, I get my 1,000 I send, I get 2,000 I send. And such schemes, when you're doing them, they should not be mandatory. Well, I can today have sold the coffee, I have 1 million, I put there. I may take 3 months without anything, but if you make it mandatory that you brought 1 million every month, 1 million, it will be complicated. There are those where they should not be mandatory. Apart from those, maybe we have, regular income. Those one can do it like salaried people. This is a very good idea, and I can tell you. In fact, we should even go and talk about mechanics. We can talk about motorcycle rider. There are very many, and we can really sort them out. I can tell you, we have a lot of resources in this country. So the method of push a message and a tap in. So the challenge with the retired dispatcher is to come up and do sensitization. What is the Ubra? You may even ask a minister now in Uganda, these current ministers who I don't know many number. But if you ask him about Ubra, he may not know. Even members of parliament may not know. Now finance committee are aware. You need parliament to be sensitized. You need the executive to be sensitized. Then those will work it around, get political weight, you'll do it. I can tell you, the money outside there is a lot. People now, instead of keeping money in boxes, will keep here, and it is in the financial sector, and it's easy to tap in. And the cost of money will go down, but our investment in the country will go high. My name is Nathan Andala Mafabe. I am a member of parliament for widest. I am the chairman of widest cooperative union, and I've held a lot of offices. But those offices are basically people giving me an opportunity. I just work there as a team player. On international market, I'm an international financial management consultant, well known in the whole world. Basically, of course, I've gone to school. If I started to mention my titles here, it could take a lot of time. But of course, I drink coffee. I'm an advocate of coffee because I know it's the best in this country. And we grow Arabic coffee. That's the leading grower of Arabic coffee in Uganda, the best in the world, from Mount Elgon, where I happen to be the chairman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Alliance Francaise Kampala basement. It's most likely going to be the best night of celebration of life, well spent in Uganda. So when we started this conversation, it was about how do we honor Patrice? What do we do? And a few people decided that why not do something he loves very much? Without any further ado, allow me to introduce the two artists that started the day. They have been exhibiting here. I'd like to invite the one and only, the very first one, Paulo Akiki, Lavington Kambugo.
This occasion is a special occasion to make sure that everybody who is here can afford us.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for accepting our invites. We appreciate you. Have a great evening.
In short, 3 years which have enabled the Alliance Francaise Kampala to find itself back on track today, stronger than it was before the pandemic and before Patrice arrived. I'll stop here to tell you how much beyond myself, the whole France team, or French team as you wish, starting with Ambassador Agnon Bossou and now Ambassador Stika, will have appreciated working with Patrice. He will be missed, this is the least I can say. But that's the way it is, and I have no doubt that his successor, Mr. Eric Touzé, who will arrive next month, will capitalize on what Patrice has left to him. So thank you, Patrice. Merci, merci beaucoup, and Godspeed to you. Bye-bye, take care.
Hi everyone, it's I, Rastafari Ras Bisali. So thank you for coming, and we wish Patrice all the best in his future endeavors. Sukuma wiki prebede na ome nyama choma bugali kuku iteni na ome cassava tomato ketu iteni na ome mana gudanda kukana make people talk about your ome the honor na nyenya puta smell at the neighbor. Oh sukuma wiki prepared na ome.
Je suis vraiment triste pour Patrice donc, qui nous quitte dès demain. Et voilà, profitons une dernière fois ce soir et j'espère que vous allez tous vous amuser ce soir.
We are very appreciative for the time and the knowledge that you've given us, and we are going to miss you so much. And hopefully you'll be back to see like the progress of Alliance in a couple of years. Thank you so much.
The little or the long time we have known Patrice, he has really done so much in our lives. He has changed our community. The little kids you saw there and their friends back home, they are happy. If you come to Chitintali, you will love Patrice because he has been part of the whole story of Chitintali. And I know you're proud of us. Where you found us is not where we are now. And our community is not where it was the time we met you. Thank you so much. You've changed our lives. You've changed our communities. We shall forever be grateful. And thank you so much for touching our lives, for guiding us.
From everyone who has signed this piece, we want to say, Webale, Webale nyo. We want to say, Afoyo Mateke. We want to say, Webale munonga. Asante sana, Patrice. Mezi, murakoze chane. Yes, and we'd like to say merci beaucoup, Patrice.
Dear Patrice, on behalf of all artists, first and foremost, because I wear two hearts here, I'm an artist in the first place. We are very, very, very happy for having met a wonderful soul like you. You have left behind a very, very able and committed team who are going to make sure that the mandate that you've given to us shall be put in the right place and he will not fail you at all. Patrice is a man who sees a human being and says, I know you can do better than what you're doing right now, and he'll make sure he'll squeeze that juice out of you. Patrice came to Uganda 3 years ago after the pandemic. We walked inside this space where we are right now, and it used to be a parking lot, and none of us had ever seen the vision that it could actually be transformed into a space like this.
Safe travels, and I hope you enjoy this piece as much as everyone else has. So, wishing you good luck.
From the bottom of my heart, thank you. I don't deserve all of that for sure. And I'm just happy everybody I had a good time with, everybody I respect, everybody I love is around here. But look, I'm really touched that so many people should be around and just spend a bit of time drinking and talking and chatting, and merci beaucoup.
with Justin Bieber, Michael Jackson, hapo Drake, Izinja, hapo Maporisa, I'm a superstar with Justin Bieber, Michael Jackson, hapo Drake, Izinja, Bemi solo na Wiz Khalifa, Usoba chayfela ngathi Chris Brown, ubhizi Cardi B, ushaye get down, ubhizi kamompela makabuya London, hlangane senti, njanja. Usoba chayfela ngathi Chris Brown, ubhizi Cardi B, ushaye get down, ubhizi kamompela makabuya London, hlangane senti, njanja. I'm a superstar with Justin Bieber, Michael Jackson, hapo Drake, Izinja, hapo Maporisa, I'm a superstar with Justin Bieber, Michael Jackson, hapo Drake, Izinja, Bemi solo na Wiz Khalifa, Usoba chayfela ngathi Chris Brown, ubhizi Cardi B, ushaye get down, ubhizi kamompela makabuya London, hlangane senti, njanja. Usoba chayfela
I am Flavia Luanga. I'm the Human Resources Director for Airtel Uganda. Just been through the roundtable discussion on, how, what is the importance of doing more than one international languages. And we are doing this at Alliance Française. Personally, I believe it's important to know more than one international language. Obviously, most of us speak English, so because it's really known worldwide, pretty much most people will be, English speaking. And personally, I choose, French because it's equally, largely spoken on the African continent, and so we have the, the Anglophone countries, then we also have the Francophone countries. And working at Airtel Uganda, we do have, countries that we operate in Africa, over 13 countries in Africa, and you could say almost 50% of those countries are Francophone countries. So I see there's a lot of value in learning more than one language. And like I said, I will speak more from my point of view, which is to learn the French language. And at a point, we go to a situation where, the different countries would always reach out to each other to get talent for specific roles in their countries. Because, there are many reasons, but one of them being that, the roles are scarce in the specific country. So many people reached out to us from other Francophone speaking countries and other countries which are Anglophone, but Francophone especially, I felt hurt because I believe we have very good talent at Airtel Uganda, and we do have good talent in Uganda. So with the opportunity of knowing the French language and the fact that you're already a professional, it adds so much more to your life. So because you will find that if you have so many people who have the capability, you know, how does the employer choose you from the next person? I think French language is a key differentiator. And like again, I said, I'm speaking about Airtel per se, because this is the opportunity I saw. And once I saw that opportunity and I realized, oops, our professionals do not speak French, then that's when I approached Alliance Française, and for 5 years now, they've come through and we've structured some French classes at the place of work. So we have a stream of people coming through at different levels and trying to learn the language. So at least I want my people to be prepared. I want them to be ready so that, you know, when these kind of opportunities come, you know, that they end up to be the preferred, you know, candidates for the jobs, because they already know English and they know it very well. But then, and they are professionals, they're very good at what they do. Now the only challenge is they can't speak French, and the opportunities are there. And I've sent some of my people to the French-speaking countries, but the ones where I've been able to send them are the ones where, you know, there's at least a balance of both French and English. So I've been able to send people to Seychelles, you know. I even have a finance director in Seychelles today, Ugandan, who didn't know any French, but because they sort of, you know, as a country, they've embraced both languages. So it was easy for me for this person to go. They didn't go as a finance director. They went as a financial controller, and today they're a finance director. I've also sent people to Rwanda, you know, and as you probably already know, Rwanda is also now really picking up on the English. So it's important to have at least two national or multinational, international languages. So that's the opportunity I see.
My name is Bujingo Don Patrick. I work with Aloysia Organic Natural Health Products as the Managing Director. And I also work with Makerere University Business School as a lecturer of marketing and the French language. I think firstly, this roundtable on French and employability for me is an opportunity to give a testimony. I'm a product of the benefit of having studied the French language. So I believe this roundtable discussion gives us room to look at the past, where we are, and the future. So it's a very, very strategic discussion. I did get the passion to study the French language. Firstly, I was exposed to this language rather young, not with much interest from myself, but rather the motivations of my teachers, French bread, things like this after class. But then as I went into the higher levels, I started to see the value of this language, the beauty of the language. So for me, the passion was mainly to see that we could fit into this global village. French is a beautiful language, and knowing the language itself exposes us and the opportunities of the world out there.
Raymond Muhechi is my name. I'm a lawyer and a French student at Alliance Française de Kampala. I'm very much interested in French, and I love the French language because of the opportunities it presents to not only my profession, but also to the people I work with. I'm a lawyer, and my work is mostly into international law, as well as in Uganda. I do private practice in Uganda as well, in addition to the international work I do around the world. And my experience in my international law field has been challenging in the past because of not being able to speak the French language. I've been missing out on several work engagements, and I've also had challenges in some work engagements. Shared some experiences. One I had recently in 2019 in Benin, where I lost a job opportunity with United Nations because I couldn't speak the French language. And when last year I was in France, I was left on a train because I couldn't understand what they were saying on the train, and I missed my stop. So these challenges that I kept facing showed me why I need to learn the French language, why I need to add French to the English language. Not only is it important to my work, but also interacting with the other people around the world. When I saw this program being organized by Alliance Française and the partners on French language and employability, I realized that I must attend this event. Not only is this event going to inspire me to, learning a language requires commitment and inspiration. Not only is this event going to inspire me, but I'll also learn how to maybe to inspire people and also meet the top employers who are going to tell us why the French language is important to them, why they pick out someone with French language as an addition to work in their companies and organizations. And it doesn't matter whatever profession, all professions, engineering, we're seeing journalism, we're seeing the legal practice as well, we're seeing all professions require the French language. And noting that also we're seeing more French countries connecting to East Africa, DRC, Burundi, Rwanda. This program becomes very important for us to really, take on.
I'm Gloria Rodriguez, and I am working with International Organization for Migration. I am the Human HR Resources Officer here in the IOM Uganda. I already mentioned it in the panel or discussion. You see, as International Migration Organization, we are very open to diversity, and our job deploys us in different countries all over the world. So it's important that when you as an IOM staff member get to become an international officer and you're assigned to a certain country and it speaks French, and you have to have that language skills, which is French. And as I mentioned also a while ago, I was surprised that in Africa, the countries speaking French is so many compared to the European part. So that's why we require ourselves to learn a second language or a third language if we can, as much as possible, because you really have to blend in the culture, and language is the key to the culture of the country. So yes, that's why we require them. They have to speak the language where they are supposed to be.
My name is Walimbwa Teddy. I currently work with Stanbic Bank as a consultant in the call center. I've been working so far for 3 years under Stanbic Bank, and proudly to be a member of Alliance Française, the French club. It hasn't been long, but I'm proud to be one of the members. I did French part of my university program, but it was a compulsory course because I was studying with the Missionaries of Africa. So because they have French programs, they have English programs, so I had to do French. So I did French for 3 years during my social sciences bachelor's course. And then they sent me to Congo for 2 months to have an experience in speaking French and listening besides the classwork. And shortly they sent me to Burkina Faso for 4 months. And I did intensive, it was an intensive program, but it was more of past work, like interacting with people, of which it helped me so much. Because if I didn't have the knowledge of French, then I wouldn't interact with the people, I wouldn't get information from them, and I would feel it difficult to fit in the community.
I also picked up a lot more from the other speakers. I picked up a lot from the people who are, the students who are seated on the floor. And you see, there's a lot of opportunity. So the question is, why do I have to learn French? For me, the simple answer is, you do not know what you will stumble on. You just don't know. When I hear that, the kind of testimonies that came through, you realize there's, you cannot even put a number to the opportunities. There's so many opportunities. Some we know, some we don't even know, but they are there. So just learn the language.
My name is Magali Losange. I'm the head of courses of Alliance Française Kampala. I would say first of all that was a direct answer to a request we heard a year ago. So a year ago we met with a couple of teachers at Chambogo University, and some of the head teachers asked us, how can you create more awareness on the specific job opportunities offered for people who can speak French? We thought about it. We realized that instead of having French teachers telling them the full story, it would be better for us to meet employers and employees who are already living this idea that with French, you have access to more job opportunities. So this conference was an opportunity to listen directly from the people who hire people speaking French, but also from the people who already speak French and are using this skill for their professional career.
Yes, I think the French language has come in fundamental for me as one, primarily as a French teacher, being a lecturer of the French language in Macquarie University Business School, and also being a marketing lecturer. Now, this helps me fuse the experience that I've seen in the French world, because I had a chance to do my master's in France, in one of the top cosmetics brands in the entire world, called L'Oreal. And for me, this was an experience to see the marketing angle at a global perspective. And at the end of the day, I picked this experience to share with my students. And how this also now taps into Aloysia Organic is that we want to tap into this global market. How will you tap into the French market when you do not have any chance to speak the French language, for example? So meaning our products can be able to reach the French-speaking community, the Francophone community in Africa, and this is the future really. Today, this language is becoming an official language in the East African community.
I'll speak, yes, from a human resource, but there's also a business angle that I picked up here. And I was like, okay, this is something I'd never thought about. From a human resource perspective, obviously, like I said, I've seen so many advertisements from the time I started, looking out for a job when I just left university. There's so many adverts I've read and they say French is an added advantage.
Je m'appelle Raymond Muhechi. Je suis avocat international ici à Kampala. Aujourd'hui, prendre employability en langue française pour prendre langue française, practice.
I would like to think that the students realize that there are so many opportunities. Usually we think about the most obvious ones, such as, of course, French teachers, translators, but they realize that the French can be this little extra touch. So as long as you have a specific education, French will open more doors for you, but it can come along with so many different skills and it can be used in so many different sectors. So the main goal of this gathering was to inspire and to put a light on all the different opportunities. From the HR managers, I hope what they realize is that there are already a lot of people who can speak French in Uganda. And on my side, the idea was, okay, how can we do more moving forward?
Je m'appelle Flavia Luanga. Je suis une étudiante de langue française depuis 5 ans. Je suis apprendre avec l'Alliance française, mais je parle un peu de la langue française parce que je suis très occupée avec mon travail. I'm Flavia Luanga. I'm a student of the French language. I study at Alliance Française. I speak very little of the language because I am too occupied with my job. So I intend to start taking up, classes, online classes. I intend to read French written books, and I want to also get into the videos, do movies, simple movies. And then I also want to join the French club here at Alliance Française. So we were sharing quite a bit with Magali and the director on some of the things they could do, given my experience with, someone who's been loving the language and learning the language. So I shared with him some of the few ideas I had that could probably help, people like myself.
My name is Guy Maza, and I'm the manager of this research center of Alliance Française, which is also called Library, which happened to be the biggest resources center with French and Francophone resources. From when I attended this talk and thoughts, I was very impressed because we had so many people, they came. And when it comes to practice, people ask so many questions about how can we practice the language. And as the manager of Resources Center of Alliance Française, I could relate to those questions because I've been asked so many times by students and also members who want to to have opportunities to practice the language, because in Uganda it's the English is predominant, so they don't have so many opportunities to practice outside of their classes. It was a great opportunity for them and also for us to hear from them what they want, the expectation. And from someone who works here and also who is always in interaction with members and also students, I would say we have a huge responsibility here in the library, because we have resources, physical resources such as books and also movies, DVDs, and internet, because we provide them with internet. And then we always advise them to use them, to borrow those books, to go home and read. Now we have an online library. You don't have to come here and read from here or to borrow a book from here. We can create an account for you and you go and you practice from home. And then for us, the library provides them with so many resources in French, so many resources in French, yes, physical but also online. And also we have activities which help them to practice the French language, such as French Club, which is an opportunity for students and members to share and to speak on different topics in French. So it's time for those student members. They're francophone, they're anglophones, and they meet and they share. They help each other. Yes, and also we have other activities with different purposes, but the main goal is to help them to practice French.
First of all, I would like to say that this is something we hear very often, and that's why we try on ourselves to be more flexible and to really adapt to the schedule of these busy professionals. One of the things we've done is to provide classes online, so someone doesn't have to come to Alliance Française or doesn't have to wait for a teacher to come to their office to learn French. So that's the main innovation, I would say. And then there are also many other ways outside of Alliance Française to take advantage of any little time you have to improve your French. Whether, again, we talk about watching a movie, it doesn't look like you're learning, but you're actually learning while you're watching a Netflix movie. There are a couple of different apps. I would talk about Duolingo. That's another quick way to practice. So the most important thing is to make sure that you don't give up. Maybe you feel like you're not doing so much, but you're actually doing enough to keep on practicing and being exposed. Of course, classes will help you to get a proper grasp of the language, but as long as you keep on trying to find a way to practice, you're good. Bonjour, je m'appelle Magali Losange, je suis la directrice pédagogique de l'Alliance Française de Kampala, et l'une des choses qui m'a le plus marquée aujourd'hui, ça a été le sourire du public, l'enthousiasme du public en découvrant toutes les opportunités offertes à ceux qui parlent le français. Donc merci à tous ceux qui sont venus aujourd'hui au Talks and Talks French and Employability. I say that one of the things that I really enjoyed was to see the smiles and the enthusiasm of the public who was able to discover all the opportunities offered for people who can speak French. Thank you very much to everyone who came to the conference today.
Mweriba Naigambi, a lecturer at Makerere University. I teach in the Department of Mathematics, where I have taught for the last 20 years. I represent the Makerere University academic staff on the Board of Trustees. And we are two of us, myself, who is the secretary, and my colleague, Dr. Godwin Kakuba, who is our chairperson. In my view, UBRA was started to address the regulation of savings in the country. Because prior to that, there are things which could be seen, like default contributions by employers, like delayed payments of benefits, where one would take probably 6 months or so after they've retired. And even still, you have somebody is retiring, then he has to, he gets a portion of the retirement benefits and has to come back later to get the balance. And even the balance may not be paid in one installment. You have, say, benefits of 5 million. At the time of retirement, you get maybe 2 million. Then maybe after 1 year, you get 500,000. After another year, you get 300,000. So the management and regulation of the entire retirement benefit sector is the reason why UBRA was set up. There have been, I think, significant achievements that UBRA has made over the last 10 years. And as a trustee who has served on this board for the last 6 years, when you look at defaults by employers, these have significantly gone down. And the reason for that is the regulation arm requires that this is closely followed up. In the institution which I represent, the Makerere University Retirement Benefit Scheme, this awareness has significantly gone up. In fact, at Makerere University now, when a policy or issue comes up that relates to retirement, the follow-up questions that are asked by members, they are quite enormous. They will be asking, how does that affect us? How does that affect us? Does it affect us positively or it affects us negatively? That can only be through awareness. The other thing I've seen coming up is interest awards. What does this mean? It means if I have money, my benefits in a scheme, what interest am I getting on those benefits? Either at the end of the year or at the end of 6 months or so, although the law says it must be at the end of every year. I've observed over the last 6 years or so since UBRA was formed, these interest rates have gone up that are awarded by schemes. There were times when, for instance, interest of say 3% would be declared. 3% of member savings, or even 2%. But I've observed over years that these interest rates have been going up consistent. I think they've reached a level which is really now, they've stabilized at a level which is very meaningful. When they stabilize on average at 10%, that's a meaningful level. Because that means that if you have your funds are with a scheme, because of the high supervisory arm of UBRA, the trustees are taking due care in ensuring that those funds are not lost, in ensuring that the administrative costs that trustees are meeting are minimized, and in assuring that they are supervising the people who are involved in investing those funds wisely. Meaning that at the end of the day, when you manage those things, you can declare that on our member savings, we'll be paying 10% interest. But the beauty with that also is when you look at the inflation rate, when you look at it over the last, say, 6 years, where it has been 5, it has been, the highest I think was 5.5. Sometimes it has even been going down to 3. So if the inflation rate is 3% and the funds the member is keeping with you, you are giving him 10%, it means that you are giving value to that member because the return you are giving him is far higher than the inflation. So he's preserving the value of his money, but at the same time, he's also getting a benefit on keeping it with you. So it means the member's money is secure, it means the member's money is growing, and it also means when you add the supervisory arm, the member is sure he will get that money when he retires. I'll give you an example. In Kenya, to be a trustee, you must be certified. You just can't be entrusted with other people's money without a clear program you have gone through. We've not reached that level yet. But because now that program is there, I think going forward, that's the direction that I can see now UBRA taking, to say that you are managing 2 billion of other people's money. You, other than other things like entry requirements and so on, have that skill that enables you to be able to manage those funds as a trustee. the last one that is significant, which I've seen UBRA doing, is promoting transparency. And I've seen this in two major ways. One is UBRA has required that when you are reporting to us regarding the operations of scheme, use this format. But the other beauty also with that is that given that it has originated from UBRA, they know what they want schemes to report on. So they wouldn't expect you to say, Wilbur Naigambi, we did well, and you stop there. They are telling you that use this format. Tell us who are the people who manage these funds. What are the changes that you made in your policies? What are your funds that are impaired? A similar format. So you are giving them the information that enables them to analyze the sector very well. And also over the last 3 years, their competition is that in the general, people who are involved in governance codify awards. These are financial reporting. Now, these are almost in all areas where they are recognized accountants, professional accountants, these competitions are there. With them, what they do, they go beyond financial reporting and they require you to report on other things like governance. And these are standards that are used by banks. They are standards that are used by insurance companies. So all the entities, it's a standard reporting format. So where it helps is that as UBRA has been encouraging schemes to participate in the fire competitions awards, that information which is far beyond an ordinary member would expect, you are supposed to disclose it. And when you, for instance, look at the Makerere University Retirement's annual report, you don't need to ask anybody, how did the scheme run? You'll get all the information there because it will give you all the details on governance, it will give you all the details on risk and management, it will give you all the details on sustainability, it will give you all the details on finances, all those details will be there. So by simply reading it, you are reading a report which you can compare with, say, Stanbic, or a report which you can compare with, say, Insurance Regulatory Authority. The formats are the same. The disclosures are the same. You are doing extensive disclosures. So to a member, that information creates trust within the member because you are saying, there is nothing I'm hiding. This is how we run the scheme in the year. There were 13 meetings, and this member of the board, out of 13, he attended 3. This member attended 7. That's pure transparent, which you are now disclosing to members. So in the end, what you get is confidence by members to say, there's nothing they are hiding. They are hiding from us. We know how the scheme ran. I think the future of the retirement benefit sector is very, very good. What we need to do, I think, and maybe where government needs to come in, where I see there are about 2 areas. The first one is to continue to empower the regulatory authority. In Kenya, the decision of the regulatory authority is like a high court decision. This is the type of thing that we need to get here. Why this is important and why this sector is important is that if you take, say, Makerere University, an employee can join the university at about 29 years, and the turnover at the university is not very high. So he can remain at the university up to 60 years. Now, you need assurance that this member's funds will not be lost. That when he comes to the point of retirement at 60 years, the money he contributed at 29 years, the money he contributed at 30 years, 1, is there. 2, it has added value to it. That is, if he contributed, say, 300,000, and you explain to him, you can tell him, no, the 300,000 you contributed when you are 29 years, over time, we have built it to 5 million. You've not lost it. And for every quantum of contribution, that's what you're explaining to him. But to do that, you need to all the time strengthen the regulator who is managing those, who is overseeing those funds on behalf of the members. Then the second, which I see is, it's a technical term, but I'll try to explain it. We call it an annuity. That when you retire, you have a pension-like system that you are going to live on. I've retired with, say, 150 million. Instead of me moving away with the 150 million, and either I try to get a second wife, I try to get, I start rearing pigs where I have no experience at all. And I'm starting that at 60, I'm starting it at 60 years. I say, a colleague of mine, he convinces me and says, let's start importing spares from Japan. I know car spares and spare parts, they do very well here. I'm starting that at 60. I've been teaching at the university for the last 30 years. I'm used to a community that understands in a certain way, that is ethical in a certain way. And now at 60 years, I'm beginning to start looking at import papers, to start looking at taxes, to start looking at what the UN, who is sending those spares from Japan. The likelihood is that within a very short time, I'll have blown away all my retirement, all my benefits. So where WUBRA could help and where government can help is to do like what the traditional civil service does and say, if you are retiring, don't go with that money, but get a pension out of it, so that at the end of every month, out of the 150 million, I can be getting maybe 900,000 or 600,000 and get that until I will die. It offers real security for members. And that's the reason you see that where retirement benefit sectors have been working for a longer time, like say when you take say Canada, when you take the US, Europe, New Zealand, Australia, where they've been working for a long time, you'll get an old man who is retiring with so many benefits and his pension plan is so good that with him he will even say, let me board a plane and go and spend that money at Maxon Falls in Uganda. He's not worried because he knows that out of his retirement benefit, out of his pension, he can do that. For the private sector, the means of attraction to them to be able to come on board, that one, I think WUBRA will need to, already I think they've started something, because you know in the formal sector, things are different because the deductions are done by law. Now in the private sector, it is voluntary. So it is more of showing the benefit to the private sector that this benefits you, because you also not work forever. This benefits you. It will benefit you when you are old, it will benefit you at a certain time. And to them, it doesn't even need to be, because the other one is regulated by law, it doesn't need to be a lot of money. Even if one said, let me be contributing maybe 10,000 a month. We've seen instances in homes where you have those boxes where they say that whatever change that has remained, let me put in that one. Or where you've gone to the bank and they are saying that we want to help people who are in a war, and somebody puts there 100, somebody puts there 200. By the time they open up that box, it will probably be 1 million shillings. So even the private side, it's just that they can see the incentive and whatever small amount of money that they can contribute. If the regulation is very strong and that money is not lost, the private sector will benefit a lot in this. I'm Weriba Naigambi, a lecturer at Makerere University. I teach in the Department of Mathematics, where I have taught for the last 20 years. I represent the Makerere University academic staff on the Board of Trustees. And we are two of us, myself, who is the secretary, and my colleague, Dr. Godwin Kakuba, who is our chairperson.
Njagala omanye essanyu lyange, njagala omanye omutima gwange, nduddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze. njagala nkuyimbire, njagala omanye nga bwe nsiimye, ludde yeeyo kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala bw'oti, Zani oyagala bw'oti, Zani oyagala bw'oti, kati nzize nkwebaze. Yonkoledde bingi, omponyeza bingi, kati nzize nkwebaze. Njagala nkuwa obulamu bwange, obwongo n'omwoyo gwange, nkusaba obitwale kati bibyo. Bwe nkubakuba obufaananyi, nandibadde waawo otali ggwe, wannyamba nondaga ekkubo kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala bw'oti, Zani oyagala bw'oti, Zani oyagala bw'oti, kati nzize nkwebaze. Oh yeah. Yonkoledde bingi, omponyeza bingi, oh yeah. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Oh yeah. Yonkoledde bingi, omponyeza bingi, oh yeah. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala bw'oti, Zani oyagala bw'oti, Zani oyagala bw'oti, kati nzize nkwebaze. Oh yeah. Kati nzize, kati nzize, nabye nnina ebyo, nkusaba obitwale. by'omponyesa bingi. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Njagala omanye essanyu lyange, njagala omanye omutima gwange. Luddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze. Njagala nkuyimbire, njagala omanye nga bwe nsiimye. Luddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala moti, zani oyagala moti, zani oyagala moti. Kati nzize kusaba obitwale, bwe kubakuba obufaananyi, nandibadde waawo otali ggwe, wanyamba nondage ekkubo. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala moti, zani oyagala moti, zani oyagala moti. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Oh yeah. Yankoledde bingi by'omponyesa bingi. Oh yeah. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Oh yeah. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala moti, zani oyagala moti. Oh yeah. Kati nzize, kati nzize. Lord, I have something to say. I keep on searching for meaning in everything I'm doing. They say you listen to everything we say. That's why I'm calling and asking for you to lead the way. Yeah. I'll keep on walking, keep on walking. Please, Lord, lead the way. Let the children sing now, yeah. Keep on walking, please lead the way. Yeah, I'll follow. And I'll follow. And I will follow. I'll follow. Lord, sometimes I get afraid. Then I remember what the scripture said. You see, they say you listen to everything we say, And that's why, Lord, and now I'm calling and asking for you to lead the way. Yeah. So I'll keep on walking, Lord, lead the way. Yeah, I keep on walking, Lord, lead the way. Yeah, and I'll follow. I'll follow. I will follow. I will follow. Yesu, mukwano gwange. Yesu, tata wange. Yesu, subi lyange. Kamugoberere, whoa. Keep on walking, Lord, lead the way. Keep on walking, please, Lord, lead the way, yeah. And you know that I will follow, yeah. Oh, I will follow. I will follow you, Lord, yeah. I will follow. And I'll keep on walking. Let the children sing, yeah. Keep on walking. I will follow. I will follow you, Lord, yeah. I will follow you, Lord, yeah. Oh, yeah. Kamugoberere means follow you. And I will follow you, oh Lord. I will follow. Nalina omuwala eyebusabala prosikovi omulungi webusabala yalina akamwenyu akalinga enjuba nga mutayiza nga tegejjuba waliwo ekintu ekyansumbuwa ekyo ekintu ekyangoba ebusabala yalina muzeeye yali yajjula obukambwe nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe kyekyangoba eyebusabala kyekyangoba eyebusabala kyekyangoba eyebusabala kyekyangoba eyebusabala muzeeyi yali mulodi w'ebusabala okuva ebuvanjuba paka ebugwanjuba ng'abanoonya abasajja ba local defense mikwano gya muzeeyi wa Sikovia buli omukwano gwali gujja kunzisa nga njiribayiriba ne Prosikovia obulamuze yali yajjula obukambwe nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe kyekyangoba eyebusabala kyekyangoba eyebusabala kyekyangoba eyebusabala kyekyangoba eyebusabala ekyangoba eyebusabala batuula ku ntebe nze ne bampa omukeeka ekyangoba eyebusabala nze omwana w'omuntu ne bampita enswera ekyangoba eyebusabala Prosikovi ekimuli kyebusabala obulamuze yali yajjula obukambwe nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe kyekyangoba eyebusabala kyekyangoba eyebusabala kyekyangoba eyebusabala kyekyangoba eyebusabala ekyangoba eyebusabala batuula ku ntebe nze ne bampa omukeeka ekyangoba eyebusabala nze omwana w'omuntu ne bampita enswera chango bye busabala Proscovia chimuli Proscovia yo Proscovia chimuli busabala
I will make you feel like you've never been loved, like you've never been loved.
Hey baby, it would take a lifetime for us to be over, sweet baby. Heaven will sing when we have each other. You don't have to fear, cause I will make you feel, I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. Cause I'll give you love like you've never been loved before. I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. So don't be bothered by what your friends say, cause they don't know my love. I'll hold you, I'll be your shoulder, and you will never cry. You don't have to fear. No, no, I will make you feel, I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. Listen baby, I know you've been searching for a real man who will love you for who you are. So don't look further, here I am, if you let me in. Mama told me if you find the one, she's worth fighting for, and here I am. I will give you all that I am, if you let me in. Love will set us free, yeah, if we'll let it be. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like, yeah, oh. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved. Cause I'll forever ever give you love like you never had, like a blessing from above. I will always shower you with love, feel like you've never been loved. Cause I'll forever ever give you love like you never had, like a blessing from above. I will shower you with love. I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved. Oh, cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before.
I will make you feel like you've never been loved, like you've never been loved. I will make you feel like you've never been loved, like you've never been
loved. Nalina omuwala eyebusabala, Proscovia omulungi webusabala. Yalina akamwenyu akalinga enjuba, nga mutayiza nga tegejjuba. Waliwo ekintu ekyansumbuwa, ekyo ekintu ekyangoba ebusabala. Yalina muzeeye yali yajjula obukambwe, nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe. Kyekyangoba eyebusabala. Kyekyangoba eyebusabala. Muzeeyi yali mulodi webusabala. busabala okuva ebuvanjuba paka ebugwanjuba ng'abanoonya abasajja baloko difensi mikwano gya muzeeyi wa sikovia buli omukwano gwali gujja kunzisa nga njiribayiriba ne prosikovia obulamuze yali yajjula obukambwe nga buli wandaba ng'awagala ekyambe Batula ku ntebe nze ne bampa omukeeka ekyangobeye busabala nze omwana w'omuntu ne bampita enswera ekyangobeye busabala prosikoviye ekimuli kyebusabala obulamuze yali yajjula obukambwe nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe kyekyangobeye busabala busabala batula ku ntebe nze ne bampa omukeeka ekyangobye busabala nze omwana w'omuntu ne bampita enswera ekyangobye busabala proskovia ekimuli kye proskovia oyo proskovia ekimuli kyebusabala baligamba nti nayimbira abato nayimbira emitima egyali mu kabi gitebenkere abantu balamu bagalane baligamba nti nafubira ku gita abalala balwana senga ndi ku gita njagala bayige ewane nti twaliyo buli kyenkola kikolera balijja Mungu anyamba abaana nneme kubaswaza njagala bayige bewane nti twaliyo twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya. Children will rise taller than the mountains. I'd love to be a part of their foundation. I'd love to hear them say, we were there, we were there. We were there, we were there. Children will rise taller than the mountains. I'd love to be a part of their foundation. I'd love to hear them say, we were there, we were there. Every song I sing so they can be strong. My every heartbeat so they can love forever long. I love to hear them say, we were there, we were there. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah. Mumulembe gwensozi empya baliwulira oluyimba luno ku radio balijjukira ennyimba ezatuweweeza. I would love this song to be played on the radio for many years to come. Whatever it would be called then, we'll remember when we used music as therapy. And I will have sung this song way back then. Yeah, way back then. Way back then, yeah, yeah. Way back then. nomponyeza bingi. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Njagala omanye essanyu lyange, njagala omanye omutima gwange. Nduddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze. Njagala nkuyimbire, njagala omanye nga bwe nsiimye. Nduddeyo kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala bw'oti, zani oyagala bw'oti, zani oyagala bw'oti. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Byonkoledde bingi, byonponyeza bingi. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Njagala nkuwa obulamu bwange, obwongo n'omwoyo gwange. Nkusaba obitwale kati bibyo. Bwe nkubakuba obufaananyi, nandibadde waawo otali ggwe. Wannyamba nondage ekkubo kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala bw'oti, zani oyagala bw'oti, zani oyagala bw'oti. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Oh yeah. Byonkoledde bingi, byonponyeza bingi. Oh yeah. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Oh yeah. Byonkoledde bingi, byonponyeza bingi. Oh yeah. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Zani oyagala bw'oti, zani oyagala bw'oti, zani oyagala bw'oti. Kati nzize nkwebaze. Oh yeah. Kati nzize, kati nzize.
It was like the Psalms. When you look at David, he's passing through hard things, but then he's willing to talk about them. So music allowed me to be real, authentic. To God, he uses song to minister to me. So it was more, it's personal, I can relate to it, and he's helping me overcome through that, to be able to be used as that vessel that delivers this message, which I know that I've just borrowed from heaven.
Cast down on my soul,
Why don't you hold
My music statement is to write music that will be able to speak to the heart, soul, and spirit. Restoring the goodness. You know, when in the Bible it says, and he looked at it and it was good. The message that I have, there are 10 songs. They will be specifically invoking that God has already said that we have to embrace as his image to restore goodness in this world. Music is not what defines you. For me, that was a great revelation that my identity is more in God, in who God calls me. If I can inspire you also to use your gifts and talents to make a difference, I would have played my part in this world.
I will rise and rise. Now is the time. Rise and praise you, Lord.
You have to have your eye on the ball.
Yeah.
Eye on the ball, always. What's that ball? To succeed. Make a success, not minding the challenges.
Ladies and gentlemen, Emperor Chris Bewood Ibe. Why the youth?
They're the future. I don't care, but they're the future. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step. But you know what? That step does not guarantee you are going to reach to that destination.
Yeah.
Continuous working will ensure you get to that stage. So one of the things that I pride myself for is that you don't need to have billions.
I want you to start by telling us, how did you think about starting Marketing Africa? What was the inspiration behind it? And what is Marketing Africa all about as a company?
When I was at the university, we had a publication. It was called the Marketing Review. And we were able to publish that magazine and get 18 full-page adverts at that time, which was a first. I've never seen it up to today.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a pay. Yeah. So let's be very honest about this thing and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tenetra, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address? Now, as you look into the camera and close the show.
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I I think I'll just close it there.
Uganda, and I want to take you to Uganda.